Good evening and welcome to the May regular board meeting of the Alexander Board. We'll have the call to order and roll call, please.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Yedis.
Yes.
All right, if everybody would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening and welcome to the May regular board meeting. You might have to put the volume down on that. Call to order and roll call, please. Yeah. Looks like we got an echo. Okay, I need a motion to adopt our agenda, please.
So moved. Second.
Mr. Regan, Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Yedis.
Yes.
Okay, on the agenda items, I'm going to open it up for public public participation on the agenda items. Mark, how much of a delay do we have right now?
40 seconds.
Okay, so we'll wait a couple minutes to see if we get any questions regarding the agenda items. And then again, just a reminder, if you want to do public participation on non-agenda items, that will be toward the tail end of the meeting. While we are waiting potentially for questions for public I cannot speak tonight, participation to come in, I'm going to ask Superintendent Douglas to give us the latest update, and keeping in mind that from the last time we've met, things are rapidly changing in motion. So whatever we're given a report on tonight, unfortunately, could change in the morning. It's just that crazy of a time right now. But I'll turn it over to Superintendent Douglas to give us a report as we know it now.
As of today, which things are very fluid and changing, we are continuing our distance learning program that is in place. Currently this week, we are compiling and packeting packet number 5 and number 6. They will be the last 2 packets to go out next Monday, May 11th. We will be collecting these on Friday, March 22nd, before Memorial Day weekend. Packet 6 will be a packet of enrichment and some ideas things that parents can do with their children now and throughout the summer. The elementary, all items are bagged up. They're ready to be picked up. So if parents want their children's belongings that were in their desks and in their cubbies this year, Mrs. Guffey has it all ready to go. They can pick it up anytime. She has pickup times this week in the evenings, and you can also call the office if you can't make those times. We are looking a little bit about next year. We are talking about one-to-one devices for students, which would be Chromebooks or a tablet. Mark will be giving a technology update tonight. We are waiting for guidance from the state of Ohio and ODE for next year, so we're on hold for that. Our focus currently is to be in a position with the district that meets all educational needs for all students looking into next year. We're not sure what next year looks like, but we want to be able to accommodate all students in some fashion. We've had several meetings with state representatives, speaking about the infrastructure of internet accessibility in southeastern Ohio and other areas in Ohio, and that our main concern is the infrastructure and the internet accessibility needs to become a utility and not a luxury anymore. It needs to be consistent throughout the state of Ohio for not only the students for learning, but also for the parents and working conditions that they have currently. The staff and the parents, I have to commend both. This community has really come together and said, okay, what does it take? How can we get this done and make it a successful piece to the end of the school year and the last 9 weeks? So I do commend my staff. I commend the parents, the board. It's really hard to make decisions when every day something else changes. But I'm very proud of what we have in place. Also, you will see laying on your desk, please don't take it, but Mark and I have taken the safety plan of the district, and we have purchased every teacher a safety manual that they can hang up in their classroom or keep it close to their lesson plans, so your substitute teachers can find it very easily. Instead of reading the 90-some page document, they can just flip through here for any crisis, and it will tell them exactly what to do. Very handy, the red card. If you're out on a fire drill and you're missing a student, you can hold up the red card, and that means stop, I'm missing somebody, or I need some help here. Or you can also hold up the yellow card. I think I'm okay, but I'm not sure. So that's your caution card. And if everything's good on your fire drill or whatever drill we're doing, you can always hold the green card up and you're all clear, we're good. So we've tried to make this very user-friendly. We will be giving these to the staff throughout the summer or when Mark deems fit, and they will have them ready to go for next year. Otherwise, we've been working on year-end activities, and graduation's been a hot topic, so I will let Mr. Barnes take that.
We have quite a few questions coming in. Can we just go ahead and start answering some of those? Some of the questions, I do have them in front of me, so if I skip over your question, it's because we're going to talk about it later in the meeting. I'm going to try to hit a real easy one here. Someone wants to know how many more packets are being sent home.
Monday, May 11th, that will be your final distribution of packets. That is it. You will be required to return packet number 5, and packet number 6 is for you to keep if you would like to do additional items with your children the last week of school or throughout the summer.
So for those at home, the good news is you've got one left. One. Someone had asked when we might be back to school. I'll let you give the latest on that. I mean, you touched on it a little bit, but they were asking specific questions.
We have a set calendar for the school year 2020-21. The board has adopted that calendar. Now, as of today, we will follow that calendar. But if for some reason the new mandates come down and we need more time to prepare, some districts are talking about going back after Labor Day or coming up with a contingency calendar. We are still waiting to see, but as of today, we will follow the calendar that has been adopted by the board. June, July, if we need to have a contingency calendar, then the administration will put that together.
Yeah, I want to stress that, while right now we are trying to plan a normal start to the school year, which is we have adopted that calendar, unfortunately, I'm going to be a broken record. It could change tomorrow. We just don't know. So unfortunately, giving you a set time of when school's going to start, as of today, it's mid-August normal. What it's going to look like in the fall, we don't know that either. The governor did mention, I think yesterday, or maybe the day before, he kind of gave a little soft comment on what it might look like. But the problem is, if we go gung-ho and try to plan on what he said, he could walk it back tomorrow or next week. So right now, we're still about, what, 3.5 months away from starting. We should know more as time passes. So right now, I think the staff is focused on trying to get the end of the year requirements wrapped up first, while also trying to do some planning for the fall. But right now, any planning that they do, it's going to be futile, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Can we just skip around a second and just discuss graduation? I think
Sure,
that's
absolutely.
And if there's a lot of people waiting online for this question, I'd rather just get the
Sure.
elephant in the room out of the way first, and let's talk about graduation.
Would you like me to start?
Please.
This has been a major topic, not only at Alexander, but in the county, in southeastern Ohio, all across Ohio. How do we handle graduation? These students deserve a proper graduation. I think the staff has worked very hard on coming up with ways to honor the class of 2020. We have tossed ideas around from in the gymnasium to the football field to no graduation at all. But while we've come up with a plan. We've had a lot of input. Jay and I have beat this up and down. We've talked to the sheriff's department. We've requested information from the health department. So we put a proposal together for the board. I think it is the safest avenue to go, erring on the side of caution. We want to honor every student that Alexander is putting up for graduation. So the first page I have, and Mark has this, he might be able to put it out on Zoom. We've talked about bringing individual graduates in one at a time. They may bring with them up to 4 family members. That's it. Don't come with 5. But you can bring up to 4 family members with you. We will enter, as of today, we will be entering into the middle school or the E entrance of the school, which is right beside the nurse's clinic. If you follow the diagram, we will have staff in the parking lot to ensure social distancing and that everyone stays in their car until your name is called. When your name is called, you will come to the entrance. You'll be checked in by the nurse. She will also check you for a fever. If you have a fever, you will not be able to enter the building. You will practice social distancing and safety while you are here. Once you're checked in by the nurse, you proceed to the library. In the library, we will have Downward photography set up to take a picture of every graduate. After the picture is taken, you will be escorted up the hallway to the gymnasium, and we will have staff in place on X's in the hallway to guide you. You and your family will be able to enter the gym. Your family will have a designated area to stand, and they can videotape, they can take pictures, whatever they choose to do, but your family will be present as you walk across the stage, receive your diploma and the covering. Normally we give the covering and then they get their diplomas later, so it's easier that way. Then Dr. Doudna is on the stage to greet every graduate. They will stop for photos with their family. Once the graduate exits the stage, They'll go to the gym door, and they will be dismissed to Mrs. Bush and Mrs. Chimo down the hallway towards the cafeteria to receive their diploma there. So they'll get their pamphlet cover from Dr. Doudna, shake hands, walk across the stage, become a graduate. Then they'll proceed down to the cafeteria. Dr. Doudna will have a gift card for them, or a gift coupon from McAfee's, and also their diploma. Now, the gift card could be different, but my recollection is he's working on McAfee gift cards for everyone. We would like to see every graduate receive a photo from Downard Photography by the district and the board. The second page in the packet, we have, so that's the in-person graduation. On top of the in-person graduation, honoring the seniors, we have purchased a virtual graduation through Herff Jones. The virtual graduation has been led and headed up by Andrea Chimo and Becky Bush. They've worked with the seniors, Dr. Doudna, to put that together. Seniors will submit pictures and videos to go into that virtual graduation. Herff Jones will put that all together, and it will be a slideshow, video graduation for all seniors. That will be uploaded to our website, and Mark will talk a little bit, or it's in your notes, about the site will be live for a year after graduation. The school administrator will have the raw data to provide graduates and families with their slides, links to the videos, and any other part of the ceremony. So that will be accessible for all graduates and all families. That slideshow will be out on YouTube June 7th at 1:30 p.m. We chose that date because it was going to take longer to get it completed and processed than our original graduation date. We also have reserved a slot with WOUB. My suggestion was to put that graduation from Herff Jones, the digital virtual graduation, on WOUB's site also with, I think they talked about 80 other graduations that they're doing. We have ordered yard signs. This is a sample, James Adelsberger. I know this young man, watched him grow up, but we will have yard signs for all seniors. These yard signs will be placed in the front yard of the school plaza here. They'll be lined up along the sidewalk. So after the student graduates, gets their diploma, greets Mr. Raines and Dr. Doudna, as they leave, they can take their yard sign with them. These should be in a week or two. So that's the two graduations. We'll have the signs, we'll have the virtual graduation, we will have the in-person graduation while practicing safety and social distancing. Connie Sheets and Carrie Bullock have worked many hours on their presentation, which is attached. There will be a parade on the official graduation day, May 24th at 1:30. And this is subject to change, but as of today, we've created this plan for a parade that will leave the school. It will travel through Reynolds Addition onto 681, onto the main street of Albany, and loop back to the school. We've ran this parade by the Athens County Sheriff's Department, and they have given us their blessing. They will also be part of the parade. We would like to invite the Albany Fire Department to be one of the leaders of the parade. So plan on Memorial Day weekend, we will have a parade going through Albany, honoring our seniors But also, one last time, kids can wave goodbye to their teachers that they've had this year.
Can you clarify, Lindy, just again, when the actual graduation of where the students and the family members will come to the stage in the school, what date that's taking place?
We have that planned for Thursday, May 21st.
What time?
That will be from tentatively 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We will mail a letter to every graduate and give them a specific time to be here. So we do not congregate.
Okay. Why did we choose the 21st on a Thursday when everybody's working?
The 21st is the Thursday before Memorial Day weekend. Normally, the seniors would be here rehearsing graduation during the Thursday and Friday of that week.
Okay.
And normally, seniors get out a couple days early from the regular
Anyway.
population.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if there's someone that can't make it, we will make accommodations. We'll figure
Have like a
something
makeup
out.
day possibly?
Sure,
Okay.
yes.
Is there a rain day?
This is inside.
But
so
the parking lot, you don't need to worry about.
we did not set a rain day, no. And my staff has been very good about working in all weather with the packets going in and out. So I think we'll be okay, yeah.
Just a quick interruption. Mark, Josh just texted me and said he lost our feed.
He lost our feet.
That's what he said.
Hand signals.
Yeah. Aw.
You back with us, Josh? Nope. I'll text him. We used to be able to see him.
I think he restarted his.
Okay. And for those of you at home that are wondering what we're doing, Josh Collins is with us via Zoom, and he lost his feed, so we're taking a quick pause so that we can get everybody on the same page here.
Back up.
We can see you, Josh. How about, can you hear us?
Full rain. That's bad laryngitis.
That's, good thing he stayed home.
Speaker's not gonna work.
While they're waiting, what was the clarification for the Thursday, the 21st? What was, why Thursday and not, because,
That's Thursday before the last week of school. Normally, seniors are finished that week. They usually get out a couple days early
yeah.
than the other students. Thursday seemed to work for everyone. We can have all staff here to help, any staff we need to help with this. Friday can be the makeup day. If we're missing any kids, we can get them in on Friday.
I'm just thinking of parents?
Most
Is there-
seniors drive.
No, the parents
Oh, the
attending.
parents
need to be
Parents
there.
attending,
Sure.
yeah.
Parents attending
Sure.
and wanted to do it on a Saturday,
Mhm.
that they could attend.
You know, on Thursday, you're having working people take the day off, when normally we always hold it on the weekend.
Well, that's your choice. If you want Saturday, the 23rd, just let me know.
I mean, if
What,
it's,
what was the original date, the Sunday?
Sunday, the
24th.
24th, but we have the parade Sunday now.
if, I mean, if it's getting staff here, I don't mind volunteering to stand staff number 3 or 4, whatever. I don't, if it's getting staff, I think we could find the
Well, and I think
volunteers
we
needed.
also picked Thursday because that is a regular work day for staff. And we would require them to be here, the ones that we need. Saturday, Sunday, usually you don't know what the union would say about that.
I think it's worth asking, just because parents getting there and not trying to figure out, they have enough trying to figure out balancing work right now.
Well, and my suggestion would be the board, you decide the day tonight, and my staff will make it
We'll
work.
make it work.
Yes. So you tell me, do you want it Saturday? Do you want it Sunday, 8 a.m., and we start rolling them through until the parade? But Saturday, I think, should be fine, less people working, and it was the official graduation weekend anyway. And it's Memorial Day weekend. So if you want to,
I think the Sunday running into the parade is a bad idea, because you're just
I
asking people
agree.
to sit there for.
I agree.
That's a total
that-
and we do
Congregation
not,
day.
Yeah, I think that's a terrible
Yeah,
idea.
but the graduation date was set before the parade, so the parade could be adjusted today.
But
Correct.
you already have all the sheriff's approval and stuff like that.
but if I call and tell the sheriff's department, hey, we've changed the date, I'm sure they will accommodate. So,
And the fire department, hopefully.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So I
My-
prefer Saturday.
My personal opinion is people have enough on their plate, and to ask our parents to take off work so that it conveniences us
Mm-hmm.
to have it on a Thursday is not right.
Okay.
The graduation has been set, and I think a lot of people have held that weekend free. I'm sure there were going to be some graduation parties happening on Saturday and possibly, even after graduation. Personally, I just don't think it's fair to ask people to disrupt their work schedule. I mean, I know they'll do it because
Sure.
it's for the kid, but
So
listening to you, it sounds like we're doing it for our convenience, not our parents.
it's up to the board. You pick the day.
Do we
You can
pick
do
it
it
now?
Thursday.
Josh is still,
I'm gonna, I started a new meeting, so
okay.
I gotta get them to rejoin it.
So we're gonna have to replay this all over again.
I would just say the
I-
date is open.
Yeah.
Whatever the board would like, we will
We'll give him a
accommodate.
quick,
Synopsis.
And what's the
Recovery.
expectation for what we do as board members?
There won't be any this year.
not this time.
Okay,
Just,
because in the past, we shake the hands.
absolutely.
And now, there's no handshaking.
Right. And Jay and I tossed that around, and
Okay.
it's just keeping the gymnasium down to 10,
Five,
practicing social distancing. We talked about masks, and Jay and I threw that back and forth because it's not mandatory, it's not law, but, so I worded it with common courtesy. Others, please consider wearing a mask, or at least in the gym, when you're going into the gym and,
inside is a good idea.
yeah,
Um,
so. And I
yeah.
think kids would be more apt to put something fun up than just a plain
I'd
old.
say rhinestones, but
Yeah,
not for the back.
we could bling them out, they could do that.
The metal
If we had the
studs.
white ones, they could bling them out for graduation.
How-
They
Just
could,
thinking
as
about
long as
the.
it was
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, proper.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write that down, because that's kind of a neat
How
idea.
do the other board
They can
members
have-
feel?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was getting ready to ask what,
How do you guys feel about if we're not being, and the staff, being staff 1 through 9? Participating that way? I'm not gonna lie, I was looking forward to it. As
Yeah, it's
I
pretty
remember
exciting.
walking across my stage with the board members, that was the first and only time I met them.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
If they know your name, you're in trouble.
But, you know, if finding staff might be an issue, I think it would be a cool way to still participate.
I think my
alleviate some
staff is
problems.
willing to come in any day. If I
I'm
told them
sure.
midnight,
The staff might really want to do it.
is Nancy
sure.
here? Oh, okay. We've had a lot of conversations and they've been wonderful. They're like, tell us what you need and we'll be there. I'm like,
Okay.
okay. So we're not going to need more than 15 staff members. So we'll be okay. I will have, I can make that work.
Okay.
So if you want it Saturday, we can do it.
Let's get Josh's.
Yeah, let's get him back in the feed.
Where's your,
And if you read down through there, there's, the one thing I did not mention is the lighting of the courthouse. The county commissioners contacted me and said, hey, what do you think if we light up the courthouse for the county school districts in their colors?
Yeah.
And so I was on my way to a meeting with the superintendents, and they're like, yes, absolutely. So I told Chris Schmiel, absolutely, whatever you can put together, send it to me, and then I would get it out to the board and the other superintendents. So it
Yeah.
might be Mondays red and black, and Tuesdays orange and brown, but he's gonna come up with something to light the courthouse. Oh, okay. We were talking about possibly moving graduation to Saturday, May 23rd, and I was just expressing to the board that the employees have been awesome and said whatever we need, they're more than willing to accommodate. It's going to, if it's on a Saturday, do you see any problem with that?
I think that would definitely be here.
Yeah,
I do. I think
Yeah.
their purpose is of giving the students what
a good graduation.
a good graduation, something memorable, and I don't think you have an issue with that.
That would be a fun day.
Yeah. And by all means, I mean, if you as a board member want to be on the sidewalk and wave to the kids, as long as you social distance, I don't see a problem with that, you know. I think that's fine.
Like the kids from The Sound of Music, all lined up.
Yeah.
Budget.
Yeah.
We had a comment, someone had said that, you know, it was originally planned for Sunday. Can it be held on the day everyone was already expecting it? That's what we're trying to decide.
I'm fine. I mean, if we can flip the parade on Saturday and the graduation on Sunday.
We still don't have, be easier just to get him on the phone.
Mhm.
I see
He
the
doesn't need
advantage
to.
of a Saturday or a Sunday in that traditionally we've had it on Sunday because you got parents or family coming in from out of town. Now you very well could have a case of grandparents that live out of town that's going to attend that set. And that gives them the opportunity to be there rather than Thursday, so.
And with the limitation of 4 total family members, we're not gonna dictate who they are, but you're allowed 4.
Right.
There's gonna be possibly some siblings that are left at home and maybe grandparents that are even left at home. So
Mhm.
it would help out on, just logistics with childcare and
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah.
We're still trying to get Josh, back online, so.
You want to text him and see if he wants?
Text him and send him, tell him I'm gonna send him a new meeting lead.
Okay.
Or we could put him on speakerphone.
He said the
too.
link will not let him join. You gonna send him a new one?
Yeah, he's sending him a new one. He hasn't sent it yet.
All right, so while we're still trying to get Josh, for those listening at home, let's kind of give you a recap. We'll let you know the date here in just a second, but to recap what Mrs. Douglas commented on. So there is a virtual graduation, but that's a separate piece than the graduation that we're proposing in person. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, so that there's no confusion, it's two separate graduations. There will be a virtual graduation put together, but we do feel it's important to let our students, our seniors, come back and at least walk in the school one last time, walk across that stage, even if it's one by one, and give them an experience of being back in the school one more time.
Isn't it that there's one graduation, but there's going to be a virtual record of it? It's like a virtual photo album or something like that, but there's one graduation in the gym, walking through getting the diploma. Is that an accurate?
I'd say that's
It's like-
fair.
There's
Yeah.
two ceremonies, if you want to say it that way.
One ceremony on
The
stage.
graduation ceremony going across the stage, and then
Yeah.
the virtual ceremony
Which
being
is just
presented.
digital.
Which is
That's
just the
just a
digital.
recording of what's
Yeah.
already been done.
Yeah, so there'll be nothing
I
required
think
of our
it's a little more
students
than that, but
June
yeah.
7th. Is that correct? Nothing required of our students June 7th? That's just when,
That's just they can get it.
when everything will be edited and
Yes.
put up?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, we are not, let's clarify this, we are not videotaping what they're doing in the gym. They've been given
Okay.
specific instructions from the senior class
They can take
advisors.
photos. Okay.
Yes, they're going to upload videos and graduation pictures and send it to
Okay.
Herff Jones, and then Herff Jones is going to put it all together.
as a ceremony.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a recording of one. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
And we can put all this information up on the webpage after tonight, so parents can visit the webpage.
Good.
Look at that, good
Hmm?
looking.
Everyone loves you,
Look at
Fred.
that guy out there.
Good. Okay, just to continue on with the recap, while Mr. Rice is still working on getting Josh back to the meeting. We'll vote on this momentarily once we get him back and bring him up to speed. But yes, so we want to give the students a chance to come back to the school, which they've been shut out, since mid-March, 1st of March, pretty much with spring break. So that's what we're proposing. Is it the best? No. Is it the best we can do? Probably with the current guidance and the conditions that we're forced to work under. We think so. It's going to ensure the social distancing. We had debated at length. I really wanted to have it at the football field. And we just pretty much got shot down from every official. I even emailed the governor's office through their little email link, and it took them about 2 days, but they responded back and just said, the governor had shut down the schools. That was their response. So the ODE, they come out and said, this is what we prefer. There's 3 options. Then you got the local health departments to consider. So we think that unfortunately, this is the best that we can do for our graduates. Personally, I don't like it, but it's what we have to do to ensure the safety of our students, the families, the staff. As Mrs. Douglas said, once we vote on this and kind of firm up what we're going to do, the information will be put on the school's website so that everybody can see and read through it and not listen to me babble on about it. How we doing, Mark, with Josh?
I just need
Okay. One question from our viewers is, could we do the parade ending with diplomas being handed out at the school?
We could, but then you get into the congregating issue.
You've got everybody lined
Yeah.
up waiting to get into school.
And that may
Same thing
become a
with ending.
cluster, so,
Yeah.
It's the same thing with
Yeah.
ending
yeah.
that way, and so I think they have to be
We've
two
tossed
separate.
that around, and we are concerned about the congregating. And
Yeah, we're basically going to give each student and their families more or less an appointment time
Yes.
to arrive at the school. They're going to be spread out so that we can ensure the distancing and people aren't congregating out in the parking lot.
Sure.
That would be the unfortunate consequence if we ended with the parade of allowing the kids into school. Everybody would just be backed up for hours, I would think. I think that was discussed with the administration as an option.
And after speaking with the other county superintendents, they're not exactly the same, but we're all doing pretty much, we've ordered virtual, we're doing some type of one-on-one in person, and most of the communities have developed a parade on an off day or a different day.
Josh says, carry on if you need to. I'm watching the YouTube link.
Ask him, what date do you want for
Yeah, you can
Okay.
graduation?
text in his vote.
If he wants to keep it on
Phone a friend.
Sunday, we can move the parade to Saturday.
I think
Aaron, with our new rules, can he vote via
Via
phone, or
text.
does he have to be?
You don't have to be able to see him.
Okay.
With the relaxed rules, you don't.
Yeah, they can't be that tight.
mhm. You want me to just put them on speaker?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
See what?
Shoot, I'm going the wrong way, dummy.
Put them on speaker and microphone.
He's not taking your call.
Yeah. Welcome back. You're on speaker. Are you there? All right, I got you by the microphone too, so you're. I don't know if that's picking up at all or not.
Josh, how much of the video feed discussion about the graduation date did you hear?
A couple minutes of it. I think the last thing that I heard was, before I turned it off as I'm trying to join the other meeting link, last thing I heard was the suggestion that maybe the parade end with the diplomas being handed out, and the idea that might be too many people congregating being the main concern. And then there was an idea of maybe flipping the parade to Saturday. I think that's the extent of what I've heard.
You've pretty much got the whole context, I think, of what we've talked about.
Graduation on Sunday.
That would be fine.
That's what
That would
I'm
be fine.
thinking. Josh, what's your preferred date for graduation? Keeping it the originally scheduled time on Sunday or Thursday? What?
Saturday.
Or
I
Saturday?
think that weekend makes the most sense, and I would like to. I think that weekend makes the most sense, and that weekend makes the
he's not calling me.
You there, Josh?
Way
No,
bad.
no, I think that's something, we're getting out of that, so we should be all set. We're out, we should be all set now.
All set meeting.
This is the way that you're gonna communicate via, speakerphone on this here, if that's okay.
Yep, that's fine
If
by
you,
me.
if you need anything repeated, just let us know.
What was that?
I almost fell for that.
I was 2 seconds to leaning in, thank you.
Okay, so you want us, Lindy, to vote on that?
Yeah, I'd like
Okay.
it to be your decision. We're good, we're just thankful to finally come up with a plan to say, you know, this is what we can do by respecting the governor, Dr. Atkin, and social distancing.
Okay. Am I allowed to make a motion?
Yes.
Okay. So I would make the motion that we keep graduation at the same time that was originally agreed upon, which was 1:30 on Sunday. Now
Four.
excuse me?
Wouldn't it have to be 10 to 4?
Yes, we're doing.
10 to
It's the
4?
sta- it's the
Okay.
same structure.
Okay, then I guess I'll amend my, so same date, but now we're going to adjust the times to be from 10 o'clock until 4 o'clock.
On Sunday.
On
the-
Sunday, the 24th,
24th.
the original date.
Should have interfered with church.
That is a good comment before we do that.
Mm-hmm.
And you would recommend, what about the parade,
Switch
I-
it to Saturday.
Saturday,
Saturday?
and yes.
That we want to consider it running into church time. So would
Some are
We-
good, some are not, most are not.
I think we can. it
I
would-
don't know if they're still congregating, you know,
As of
I'm not
today,
sure.
they
As
are
of
not
today, they're not.
congregating.
they are not. I didn't know if they were.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if a student has a conflict, because the school's going to have to reach out to the student
Yeah.
and say, this is your appointment time.
Sure.
And then try to make arrangements to get it changed if
I-
there's a
If for
conflict.
some reason they cannot make that Sunday, we will make arrangements.
Okay.
Okay.
And then Saturday,
It's the
And
first.
Saturday will be the parade, yes.
I would second that motion.
Okay, Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for humoring me on being out of order, but I know that's been a big topic on everyone's mind. And just to give the administration a lot of credit, it has been discussed daily. It's been changed every other day. You come up with a plan, and the governor says one thing on a Tuesday, and I call Mrs. Douglas, and I'm all excited because he gave us the green light to have it on the football field. And the next day, no, he walked that back. So as of now, this is we think is going to satisfy all the different agencies and keep us with best practice of social distancing while trying the best we can do to honor our seniors. So more information will come out, I'm sure, All Calls school website. It'll be going out to our seniors.
Senior emails. Yes.
Senior emails, yes, seniors, check your emails, more information to come. There were a couple questions earlier. I'm going to hold them off because we have them on the agenda. So I'm going to wait until the agenda item comes up before I ask those questions from the public. But for right now, I'm going to take a quick pause, and we're going to have a special presentation from Mr. Rice giving us a technology update.
get this technology to work tonight. I appreciate your time. So I'm going to talk about basically like 3 things tonight. First thing will be the survey that we just sent out. So initially, when we had the crisis come up, we we prepared an online survey that folks could fill out. And we really only reached about 566 folks. Sometimes for questions, 530 of them would answer. We realized after we sent the survey out that we probably missed a bunch of families that we were contacting because we were only doing electronically. So we sent a paper survey out with the last educational package. It came back last week. And then I had some people put in the results for me. Basically, just to talk about this first slide just deals with the demographics of it. So the first survey, we had 566 respondents. This survey, we were at 753, and I just got a couple more of them back today. But the 753 surveys that we got back this time represent about 1,300 of our students. So a lot more of the numbers that we were looking for in the survey. So I just put just the demographics. Families include 753 first children, 421 second children, 112 third children, 32 with 4 children, 7 families with 5 or more children. So that's kind of the demographics of the survey. I stuck this slide in. This is a Google Map representation of our students' homes. This is about 887 homes that are in the general area, and as you can see, we are spread far and wide in southeastern Ohio. So this is one of the challenges of living here in Appalachia. It's beautiful and green in the spring. It's awesome all summer long, but if you want internet, you better go move somewhere else. So anyway, it's one of the discussions that they're having at the State House level, and for me, this is a challenge. I have a background in wireless internet. I've driven over every hill and dale in this whole area of our district, and I can tell you where we have internet, I can tell you where we have cell phone, and I can tell you where we have neither. So, and companies are always putting infrastructure in, but when you get out in the backside of shade, they're not putting infrastructure in back there because internet is not a utility, so they don't fall under the same constraints as telephone. So where the telephone has to drag a wire out to that last guy out there, the internet companies don't have to, and they won't because of just cost effectiveness. I'm not going to spend $30,000 to serve one customer out there. They just won't do it. So anyway, I put this in just so you know what we're dealing with as far as where our population lives. Okay, so the first questions that we asked if students had access to a computer outside of school for schoolwork. 743 respondents for that question. 616 stated that they had access to a computer in the home. 26 said they could go somewhere else and access one. 99 stated there was not one in the home. 2 of them stated that they had Chromebooks, so from the school. We asked about basically how much time. So the second graph is how much time a day can a person have. So just because there's a computer in the household doesn't mean that dad doesn't need to use it for work the first 8 hours of the day, and then the kids get it after that. So the second one's just kind of a representation of how much access to the computer they have at home was. So 374 of the respondents had unlimited access, 251 had access on a limited basis, and 104 responded that they did not have access to a computer. So there's a little kind of disparity between the questions as well, what you're going to have on a survey like this. For the next question, we asked about shared device usage, and this just represents basically the largest, the blue are the kids that have, every kid has a device. So if there's 2 kids in the house, they have 2 devices, and so on. So there were 40 families, and those with the larger amount of kids in the house that have to do more sharing. So that's basically what this graph represents. Then we ask about whether or not they have internet access in the home. We had 692 respondents for this question. 352 have broadband through a cable modem or satellite vendor service. 165 have DSL from the phone company. 124 stated that they use cellular modems. 12 listed that they use dial-up modems. And 39 responded that they had no internet of any kind. So there's a lot that you can read into that. And the next question really kind of highlights it as how usable is that internet. So I know if you have a DSL modem from the phone company, they're going to tell you that they're going to give you 12 megabits per second. If you live anywhere, maybe 200 or 300 feet away from the box itself, it starts to go down from there. So Kent Phelps lives right outside of New Marshfield, and he won't mind me using his name, but he lives right outside New Marshfield. It probably takes him maybe a minute to drive into New Marshfield, and he's got a 2 meg line. So his wife's company sent her modems to use for her work so she could continue working. His kids use the 2 megs they get on the DSL line for their internet, and he drives in here and hunkers in his office to do all of his computer work. So DSL, I don't really call that broadband. It's not broadband internet. It's poor in our area. The telephone infrastructure is bad in our area. And so I don't really count that as a broadband service. Spectrum, I would call broadband. Yeah, the HughesNet, you can get pretty good access with that, but you also run into data caps on HughesNet. So HughesNet is selling the packages, then you may get 15 gigs for the month or something like that. When you get done with that, you can read your email, and that's about all you get. So that's what the next question 16, that's what that talked about. So basically 261 of the people that answered that question can stream movies, do whatever they want on the internet, and it just falls away from there. So we asked some questions about smartphones and cellular data, and basically just to try to get a feel for where, I was telling Josh a minute or 2 ago that I live 4 miles away from here. I drive right past the last place that Spectrum serves on Route 50, and it's not even a mile from my house, and they will not run the wire to my house. They will not run to the wire to my house if I pay them money to run the wire to my house, because there's 2 customers up there, and they just don't get any bang for the buck. So we asked about cellular data access, which is what I use for my internet at home, and so we had 705 respondents as far as who have smartphones. 451 stated they had a smartphone, and 254 stated that they did not. We asked about data plans. We got 579 responses out of that. 476 have 2 gig or greater or unlimited, and the rest were on some kind of limited amount of data. And that is the second graph. Okay, so we asked who do you get your phone cellular data from? Basically, the majority being AT&T and Verizon of the people that answer. Okay. We ask about just peripherals. Can you print at home? Can you scan at home? Now, the people that have smartphones, I've noticed on some of the things that get turned into teachers, they just take a picture and then they send it via email to the teacher. So that's the way they're getting some of the work back into the teachers. So basically mixed results on those. I have a printer at home that has a scanner on it, and it's got a stack of stuff on top of it. I email everything I can, so. Then we, just kind of as a recap at the end, well, what do your children do besides schoolwork with their devices? So basically just a smattering. They have cell phones, they do talking, they do texting, they may have game consoles. So we kind of wanted to get a feel for that as well. That is the survey that we sent out this time. So hopefully being able to look at the data, we can determine distance learning wise what we need to push, whether we need to push politicians to get us better internet down here, whether we need to come up with our own plan because we can't wait for the politicians. So it's just going to help us in the long run to know who those people are. This brings me to my next section. I want to talk about the Chromebook program a little bit. Lindy alluded to the fact that we were looking to have one-to-one devices in the district for the next school year. Right now, I've planned with Mr. Sherm for the next 5-year forecast. We had originally set grades 5 through grades 12 as one-to-one take-home. And so then I kind of geared up my orders for the next year with regard to that, and then so it looks like we may change those again. If I follow this plan as I have it here on the board right now, we will actually have one-to-one devices from grade 4 all the way through grade 12. So to accomplish that, I'm going to have the class of 2024, which are our current 8th graders, use their Chromebook they have now an additional year with the district. We can do this now because earlier this calendar year, Google changed their auto update devices or auto update policy for devices. And so now we can actually use them longer than a max of 4 years. Some Chromebooks actually had shorter ranges than that. So Google relaxed their device policy or their allowable device policies, so we can get a few more years out of the Chromebooks. So for this year, only the current 8th graders will use their book into 9th grade. So students, we're going to issue devices. Basically, we're pulling out of carts. We're going to buy 450 devices just for this part of the program. So we'll buy 450 devices, and that should get us to one-to-one grade 4 all the way through 12th grade. In order to do this, I need to change our policy. So 5 years ago, I think, when we started the Chromebook program, we had a policy, board-approved policy.
So
for
we would
use
like
of
to
the
tweak it,
Chromebooks.
yeah.
And so, so the things that I need to change in it is the fact that now, currently, we charge a $40 use fee for the district technology every year. So every year, if a kid's getting a Chromebook, they're paying $40. We looked at that, and I think we came up with the fact that we're probably ahead like $10,000. And generally what happens after that is we'll I use the money for repairs, and then after that, there's money left, we dump it into the funding for the next year's Chromebooks. So So we want to eliminate the $40 fee. So for repairs, if they're non-warranty, those will be pushed back to the parent. So a kid smashes a screen, then the parent will be sent a bill for the Chromebooks. That's the way we just have to fund our repairs now. Some schools use insurance programs. The insurance programs are really horrible, and they're made by insurance companies. Insurance companies are in the business to make money. And so basically with a commercial insurance policy, you get one repair. And then after that one repair, then you pay full price to the insurance company for them to fix your book. Here we fix Chromebooks every day. We have a menu of prices at how much it costs to fix a keyboard and how much it costs to replace a screen, and the parents would just be responsible for that at this point. Unless it's a warranty repair, generally, if you buy a Chromebook, the first year is covered under warranty, and then the years beyond that aren't. So we'd like to eliminate the $40 use fee, and then as far as covers go, we require the students to have their Chromebook to carry it in a cover. So the district will continue to provide a cover for the students in grades 5 through grade 8. And then for the students in the high school, grades 9 through 12, we'll let them decide. They can either buy a cover from the school to use, or they can provide their own. And the only reason I say this is because when we went back to the original program, once the kids got to 9th grade, then they didn't want to carry around the cover just like the middle school kids. And so a lot of them would not use the schools, and they'd get their own sleeve and put their Chromebook in their own sleeve anyway. So this way it gives the student a choice to customize their carry the way they want to. And I think that, for the little kids, yeah, they drop them a lot. They're not as careful with them. The covers that we provide have shielding in the inside of them. They have padded corners. They're pretty tough. And so I feel like if I can protect the younger ones, the older kids will probably protect theirs a little bit better. You still have breakage, but we really don't have a lot of breakage, I think, with the older kids and equipment. In the last 2 years, I've had one laptop that we had to replace that got knocked off a counter, or just a screen, actually. So I think the older kids just take care of things a little bit better. So these are the changes that I would have to make this happen. I will rewrite the policy, and then I'll submit it to the board for next month. This next slide just talks about how we're going to get to that 4th grade through 12th grade. That's a lot of information, but so basically, next year, I put this little caveat in here. Next year, I have 120 Chromebooks that the district owns that are going to age out. So they're good till September 2021. At that point, Google's not supporting them anymore. And so these would be Chromebooks that we purchased in the original year and maybe the next year. So the district will actually get 5 years of use out of them almost. So.
Can I interrupt you with a question?
Yes,
How many Chromebooks do we need to purchase for next year, roughly?
I have to calculate K3.
Okay. How much are they apiece?
Well, I want to get a different device for the kindergarten kids. So I asked for pricing for that today.
Okay.
In K3, there's about
Generally-
400 kids.
Generally,
420.
a Chromebook like we get costs us $216 for the book, costs us $25 for the license, and costs us $20 for a cover if we send it home with a cover.
Okay.
I want to get tablet Chromebooks for the kindergarten kids. They're really not typing. They're all tactile. And then for the first grade kids, we use touch panel screens for them because they're just coming out of kindergarten, so they're still at the, I want to manipulate it with my finger stage, but then some of them are typing. So in first grade, we do touch screens, but they have a keyboard. And then second grade and third grade, we just go with standard Chromebooks for them. So, and there's roughly 400 kids, K1, 3, but I also have, if they don't go home, I have books that are owned by kids on campus. You'll see in there's a caveat for that. So I have books that are owned by kids on campus that we cannot send out of the school. We cannot send them home with a kid. But there's nothing telling me that I can't roll it down there for use in the daytime. So we'll get some books out of there, and then once I look at all those numbers, I'll be able to adequately tell you exactly what we have to buy.
Okay, so we'll have a proposal to vote on next month. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That will include dollar amounts and numbers and
Yeah.
all of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, I'm planning on purchasing 450 new books. It's like $107,000.
So you're looking at around 90,000.
Aaron, is that something we do vote on, or is that already in the budget?
That's in the budget, but I mean, if you're gonna go to this one-to-one program, I think you would wanna vote on it
Okay.
just as a,
All right, I'm just
And we
asking
have to
questions
choose a
before,
program.
okay.
I have a question. Assuming, I mean, at some point we will be back to school as normal. What is the plan for the Chromebooks at the kindergarten, first, second, those lower grade levels? Are you planning on keeping those here, or are they going to be allowed to take those home every night? They're going to take them home every
I
night?
wasn't planning on taking home, no.
Okay.
Not,
We have.
So
we haven't
and they'll
really
have a
talked-
way
we
to
haven't really
charge.
talked about it, so
If they stay here, they'll have a way to charge them.
yes, correct.
Okay, okay.
Correct.
they would stay here, but it gives us the flexibility with the coronavirus. Let's say it amps up again, it's ramping up, and we go to another 2-week shutdown. We can download some of our math and reading programs onto the tablets or Chromebooks. And for that 2-week period, they could take them home. And if they have some type of internet accessibility, they could be using some of those digital programs. We don't know what next year brings. And our goal is to be ready for whatever we are faced with.
But
Yeah.
at that level, at K through 2 or 3, they could just as easily use paper packets and do that too.
They
I
could,
mean,
but
they're little kids.
they could, but they all take a technology class with Mrs. Bullock, and they're typing, and they're learning their keystrokes. That's very difficult with paper pencil. I've heard some of the frustrations they're having, but not knowing what next year brings, it would be great to put that tool in every child's hand.
I think.
One of the things it does with us having a device for all the younger kids is they just get the same device every day. They use the same device every day. They're not, right now, in the kindergarten classes, for example, where my wife teaches, we have 6 Chromebooks per class and 4 desktops, computers per class. So they will have the kids working in two sections, 2 groups, then they switch, and
Yeah.
6 more kids get on a Chromebook, 4 more kids get on the computers. You got a group back here reading. So they kind of do stations, but this way the kid would have his Chromebook to use at school.
Sanitary wise.
Sanitation wise, it's a lot easier for us to clean the machines in between use. So,
Yeah, I understand that if we do have to do distance learning and having the kids I was just envisioning my own son as a kindergarten first grader taking a Chromebook back and forth from home to school, and I was imagining lots of necessary repairs happening. So, I mean, the older kids taking them home is different. Like you said, they take care of it, but the younger
and I think
kids.
that's something we have to talk about. We haven't talked about K-12 at all. We've talked about 5-12, so I'm sure we're going to have to put some thought into K-12.
So do we need to vote on buying anything tonight, or is the buying something for next month?
Well, what I'm presenting here is what I've already talked to
It's
Aaron
in the
about,
budget, yeah.
which was grade 5-12,
Okay.
and we put it in the budget proposal
Okay.
and the 5-year forecast.
Okay.
So now we're gonna have to go back and change. So I don't think you're voting on anything.
I think,
Other
So-
than the budget?
I mean, other than, than the budget. One thing that I would say about Chromebooks, this year is there's a supply problem with Intel. So I buy the Chromebooks that have Intel processors in them. And Intel is having a shortage right now. And so the longer I wait to order is the further it's gonna be till we can get the hardware. I would expect that these 450 that I have a quote for right now, I got a 60-day quote. And if we can get them ordered within that 60 days, we should get them this summer, which will help us 5th grade through 12th grade, so I'm not too worried about that. But K-1-4 or 1-3, if we wait to July to order those books, we may be looking at October. So there's just a shortage, and everybody's ordering Chromebooks because it's the most cost-effective thing you can order. So supply and demand, and I would probably say that the price will go up. The price point's probably will go up a little bit. So just something to think about. I don't have any data as far as how much, more things will cost, other than right now I know most of my vendors, if I order a Chromebook, it's $216. We have to pay Google roughly $25 for the machine so we can manage it, and then covers for the order kit. So those are the costs I know. And I just talked to my vendors, and they're all, frustrated just because of the supply. But everybody's frustrated right now because because there's a lot there. So okay, so I just want to touch base briefly on that. This is a PowerPoint of death. Okay, so there's been we have talked a little bit amongst ourselves about hotspots. So I did a lot of research for internet hotspots, and so there are several ways I could have gone. I looked at the Shade Community Center. I looked at downtown New Marshfield to put hotspots in there. Okay, so I can get a fiber connection over in Shade, and we talked about a little bit about this with Blake, that costs, the internet cost alone is about $600 a month, roughly. I got $4,000 or $6,000 worth of equipment that I got to put in to put a hotspot out there. So that racks up costs pretty quickly. And it's going to be the same down in New Marshfield, depending on what kind of an internet connection I can get down there. So probably looking at $8,000 to $10,000 to $12,000 for equipment, and then probably $600 per month per location. And that would be just a drive up. The kids could bring their Chromebooks. Their Chromebooks would automatically attach to it, and they'd be on our filtered internet, and they could do their schoolwork. So in and amongst working on all this, I also checked into the mobile hotspots. The mobile hotspots seem to be the most cost-effective thing to do. I can get, for 5 buses, the equipment costs for 1 year about $5,900, and $1,200 for internet, for unlimited internet for the entire year,
For 5 buses,
for 5 buses,
5 locations,
5 locations.
Mobile
wherever we
locations.
wanted,
Wherever
Yeah.
we want,
wherever we wanted,
well, within.
wherever the bus could
Within
work.
signal.
Yeah.
The cell phone has to work there.
Oh,
So,
okay.
so it's a cellular device. I talked to T-Mobile because they have probably the better rural coverage although I've never been on T-Mobile, so I don't know 100%. But I talked to him, and he even said, look, if you wanted to park a bus at X, and you could get some cellular service there, but it wasn't as good as you needed, you could call me, I could call the service techs, they could go work on the down tilt on the antenna in that area, and see if we could make it a little bit better for you. But you could also drive the bus, 100 yards down the road, and then, perhaps that's going to be enough. So this equipment, this would be unlimited filtered internet. So it's going to, first of all, the Chromebooks that we have an extension on them, and they're cloud filtered. So anything that comes from the school is always filtered. This service also has a safe search filter on it as well. So they're actually, anything would be doubly filtered.
In addition, only our devices could attach to it, correct?
Correct,
Right.
yes, yeah, correct. I don't know that we should be in the business of providing internet to the world. I want my students to have internet.
Right.
I don't want to mess with,
And they would have capacity for
And-
multiple
well,
users.
And that's the equipment, I had them spec the larger equipment,
Certain times.
so.
And the bus
um,
driver would go out, park for 2 hours.
So video conferencing, and the good thing about this is that there's actually the antennas on the outside of the bus. So it picks up the cellular signal a lot better, and it also broadcasts the internet a lot better. So we're not limited, you're not in a metal shell.
And
So-
when someone was asking you, 2 hours? Park.
Our thoughts are, if we have to continue some type of distance learning next year, not knowing what we're dealing with, but if we had those mobile hotspots now, for what we're doing currently, we would send the bus and a bus driver out to various locations. They would park 2 to 3 hours. Parents and children can drive up, connect to the internet, download what they need to download for classwork, or stay online if they have things to do and submit, and then the bus would leave after 2 to 3 hours and come back. But that is our thoughts. They're not going to park all day. They're not going to park 24/7. It will be on a schedule.
And it could be, one bus could be here for 10 to 12, 12 to 2, whatever.
Yeah,
And they would just need permission from wherever they parked
right.
to
That we're allowed to
allow
park
cars
there.
to congregate.
Yeah,
I can't park next to the Waterloo VFD.
Right.
so,
right. We would have to strategically,
Yeah.
yeah.
So anyway, I thought the mobile hotspots were, seems like a more affordable solution than getting a fixed internet connection and having only 2 places. I think I think the mobile hotspots would give the district a lot more flexibility on providing internet for our students to work. So that's hotspots. Okay, so distance learning challenges. We are going into the Google realm hardcore now. So to get through that, Megan Carr and Ben Schultz are working on some Google training, classroom training, G Suite training for all of the teachers. The teachers are taking a basic course online right now just to get familiar with the pieces parts. There's some voluntary classes towards the end of this month for the teachers that they can take that are going to be deep dives into Google Classroom. I'm going to teach a class on how to produce and stream a lesson online, so that because it's a lot. The teachers are used to standing up in a classroom and delivering a lesson and walking over and helping, get this one back on task, and so it's a new realm for the teachers, and so we have to provide training for them so they can not only teach the kids in their class, but record the lesson and make it available for the ones that maybe aren't in the class. So, go back and listen to, yesterday's lesson. And so I'm going to teach a class that shows teachers how to do that. It's going to be advanced. We're doing small groups in both of those classes so we can keep our distancing up and you know, stay within the legal requirements of what we have to do. So that's some of the challenges that we are running into. We've been Windows-based. I've been here since 2004, and the district has owned 2 Macintosh computers since I've been here. So we've been using Zoom. We've been using Google Meet some. I think that we can we can continue using Zoom. Maybe the better, more feature-rich platform without all of the extra training that the Microsoft product is going to take us to do. Licensing for Zoom is going to be $5 a teacher per year, and we can get that via Meta. So I don't think that's not very much. On the back side of that, I have to provide webcams for the teachers for their desktop machines, and that's going to be about $7,000. So it's a lot. I mean, they're expensive, and the price goes up on that. So some of the teachers will probably use Google Meet in the classrooms, but there's some safety precautions that we've had to show them to use with those. But I think Zoom will be the platform that we'll stay on. And I talked a little bit about this, online lesson delivery and production. The teachers are going to have to, everybody's going to have to learn to not only teach inside this brick building, but also teach our kids outside. So those are the challenges we have. I just include this last slide just as a caveat. What do we provide to the students? We provide them full Microsoft Office. So any student, any staff that has an account here at school can have 5 copies of Microsoft Office, the whole suite. They can download that on a mobile device. They can download it on a computer. It's included with the district. We provide single sign-on for most of the apps that our students use. This is a benefit that the parents really like because kids can just log into one place in Clever, and they can hit a button, and it provides their credentials for them and signs them in, and they don't have to remember a whole bunch of passwords for it. We have always had appropriate technology close at hand for each student. So in days past where we had 4 computers in each classroom and mobile carts that we could move around, we've always had enough. And I think that will still continue to be the trend. We get a lot of bang for the buck, and it's been challenging over the years, but I think we are still able to provide modern devices for all of our students when they need them. And the last thing I put on here is we just signed up with Meta Solutions for the Sora e-library, and that's for the grades 6 through 12. And so the kids actually now have access to e-books online that they can read on their Chromebook or their mobile devices. They just go into Clever, log into it, log into Sora, and they've got books available. So, and I believe it, I don't know if it's hooked up right now, but I also believe it ties into the public library, and it searches the catalogs based on what grade level they're in. So they wouldn't be able to check out a book that was way above their level. So that's what I have. Any questions?
What about special needs? Are you working with special needs teachers to ensure that the kids who are in those classrooms also can manage and know how to, if you learn differently, how to use a computer could be different.
Right, yeah, we have several students that have different accommodations, and I work directly with Aaron Thomas on accommodations.
And what about the Tri-County students? Our students who go to Tri-County. Is it our responsibility are they included in all this, or is that Tri-County's bailiwick?
Well, Tri-County, usually the program that they're in, and Tri-County provides whatever technology that
Okay, so we
they.
don't handle
Right,
that.
so for next year, I have 86 juniors and I have 70 seniors, and that's what I'm planning Chromebooks for. So.
Tri-County takes care of our kids
Tri-County's-
up there.
So we give them the Chromebooks, but they do all
We
the.
don't have to
No,
give them.
we
Oh,
don't, no,
okay.
we don't provide anything for
Okay.
them. That, it's a separate school.
Okay.
One thing that we still provide for all of our students, we still provide an Alexander Schools email, and we still provide licensing from Microsoft. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
all right,
Thank-
thank you.
Just to, Josh, were you say something there?
I did have a couple quick questions for Mark.
Mark,
Wasn't
can you-
sure I caught everything. If I heard right, what's in the budget right now is the intent to go from 5th grade up to cover them all. And we'd like to be able to do, 4th to 12th. And we'd like to be able to do K to 3, where kindergartners would have a different type of device, but 1st to 3rd would be the same.
Yes.
Kindergarten would have a tablet Chromebook, and
First
first
grade,
grade
touch
will
screen.
have touchscreen Chromebooks. So with a keyboard, but it still has a touchscreen.
So then 2nd and 3rd would be the same Chromebook as what we're currently planning to order.
Yes, correct.
And those are at roughly, what, $250 a pop, if I heard it all correct with the license and whatnot.
About
The
$261.
$261.
260. So how many would it be if we just roll up the cost right now, knowing what you'd like to see? And I'll say why I'm looking this direction, but is there another price break if we were to add any more units? But also knowing that there's a shortage out there, should we be considering rolling in the amount if it's not a huge dollar figure? What would be the dollar figure if we were to throw in those same Chromebooks for 2nd and 3rd right now?
It's the same price. You have to buy 50,000 Chromebooks to get a break on them.
Actually, we just got an email today from Meta, and they were trying to do a group purchasing for Chromebooks for all of the districts who are members of Meta, and they were denied and said that the only way that they could get a price break on Chromebooks is they would have to put a bulk order of 500,000 Chromebooks, and they said that's more than the ADM from every school district who is a member of Meta, and it's because of the low supply. And they said that there really isn't actually a small markup on Chromebooks anyway. So
Josh, if you're
Yeah,
looking
use
at,
that line too.
if you're looking at 2nd and 3rd grade, you're about 58,000.
it's crazy.
You have about 110, 120 kids per grade level,
Okay.
which that's not a bad idea either. Focus on 2nd and 3rd.
So,
However, we have Chromebooks and carts that I would use down in the elementary that are in the district already that I can't send out. So if they have to go home, we would have to buy more Chromebooks. If they're staying in the district, then we don't have to buy more. We won't have to buy a lot because of the kids on campus carts that I just can't send home.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think we have to be realistic and consider that there's a reasonable chance that they'll be going home with folks. I think we need to be, if we can, we need to be prepared for them to go out of district or go to homes, however you want to call that.
Let me clarify something too, and Mark might not even have been aware of this, but the federal government actually provided a waiver so that kids on campus Chromebooks can actually be removed from the property during the pandemic if necessary, as long as they're returned back to their proper use once everything's over.
We can't give a child one of those for the whole year, but if we shut down for 14 days, we can log those out and send them home.
Yeah, so the kids on campus Chromebooks, we would actually be able to allow kids to take those if we are homeschooling temporarily at the beginning of the year or electronic learning. They would be allowed, they have
Take an individual.
relaxed the rules on that, so.
Is that something that we need to get an agreement with kids on campus to be allowed to do?
No, those are our property. They're property of Alexander Schools.
Okay.
Right.
And what you said, that's a waiver as long as there's a pandemic, so is that the same as saying as long as there's a state of emergency declared?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, yep.
You know, the availability to do these meetings virtually is as long as that stays in place. Is that the definition we work with?
No, well, I mean, the ability to do these meetings like this, that's a state issue. That's not a federal issue, but, as long, I mean, I think it's safe to say that as long as there's a stay-at-home order, for the state of Ohio, and school or better yet, a school building closure where kids are not allowed to return to the buildings to be educated, I would say that those rules will probably stay relaxed for that time period.
Is there a resource to find out what that definition is? I would agree with you. The
Um,
next question though would be.
I can try.
You would find that, you know, individual districts will have to have the leeway to close for a couple of weeks if there's any sort of hotspot or anything like that.
Yeah, I'll see if I can locate that waiver and see what the exact language is.
Cool, thank you, Aaron.
Amanda probably has it.
Other thought I had is infrastructure's killing us. Do we have anyone, I'm thinking Chris Schmiel specifically, that we can reach out to? I mean, we just saw letters come to pretty much all households about SOPEC and coming up with a consortium that got, you know, AEP on board and Buckeye Rural on board for providing electricity. Is there something that anyone knows of that we can do similarly with him or with another representative to go to AT&T or Verizon or any of the other providers around?
I mean, I talked to our representative already, and basically they said that it was a item in the Ohio legislature, but
But realistically, even if the legislature would fund it,
It's not what I mean.
getting it implemented is a years
Years.
project.
Years.
Years. So for us to have an immediate fix to our lack of resources internet-wise, we don't have a quick fix.
That's fair. I'm looking towards the fall and wondering if there's, in 3 months' time, if we can make much of a dent in it, if it even existed.
I think the
that's-
dent is Mark's suggestion of the mobile hotspots.
Yeah.
You know, I know in that meeting, technology meeting with Mark and Lindy and others, something that was brought up that I think it's worth mentioning to everybody here is the idea that, with this likely to continue the distance learning and everything, I think it's important that we keep in mind that we're not only trying, we have to be competitive in many different fields, and saying that sending home packets, anybody that has, I have a kindergarten and a second grader, it's not the same experience. They're not learning the same. And being able to compete where we're putting devices that teachers know what that device is, that device capabilities are, that we can actually plan accordingly, that if we have to go to distance learning, that they can plan accordingly and send home actual instruction, not just assessment. And so if we have this plan and uniformity throughout the building, we can now have teachers working as real teams, sending things home. And we can legitimately be competitive. You know, we're going against the
If you're looking at,
Go
what
ahead.
Blake's trying to say is if you're looking at our student population, and you look at the coronavirus or whatever other pandemic may come down, you have students who have autoimmune deficiencies. You have students that their parents have blatantly said, Lindy, if you would have opened up in May, I wasn't sending my kid. So how do we adequately, with equity, educate those children and meet their needs and keep them as part of the Alexander students? You know,
Right.
keep them as part of our population. And when whether we buy K3 Chromebooks or not, We need to have the ability to put that in the child's hand who can't come back to the brick and mortar school right now.
And the teacher be able to
Yes,
deliver that. That's the
yes.
bigger thing, is having
So
the
we're
teacher
working
be
on
able
those
to
two
have
things,
those, yeah.
PD, yes.
Well,
But to take that one step further, you gotta consider that even could be in air quotes, a recruitment tool. There might be people that come to us if we're offering that virtual learning experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Well, we're basically gonna have to deal with it because it's a business decision as far as every kid that leaves is $6,000. So you lose 100 kids, it's worth investing the money. to
For the
be able to
Chromebook.
service it.
$260 Chromebook to be able to
You
say
lose
that
100 kids, you
ready.
lose 600,000 some dollars.
I mean, it's money in the short term, but long term, it's a good investment.
Yeah.
Plus the education value. I mean, just going back, not that you need technology to educate, but given the distance and being able to get a teacher to come home
Sure.
is a valuable tool. We can actually send preloaded lessons home if we have to go some of the ideas that have been thrown out the last couple of days, which we know of part-time schooling. If we can get them in, load them up, send them home with instruction, if we can, or whatever it might be. So having
Becomes a
that,
tool.
yeah,
A tool that they need.
yes.
Maybe not so much K-1, but when you get to 2, 3, 4, it becomes a tool that they should have in their hands.
There's a part of that too, is that I think it's important, it could be important during a blizzard, it could be during flooding. But I'm still dead set on kids need to be in the building if they can.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think there's a lot more than learning, there's socializing. For a lot of these kids, this is their social life. It's just like you're trying to look at how will we open in the fall. Yeah, it's very important, and the first priority is to protect students. But you also realize that if you go to a football game, that's the most socializing a lot of those kids get. I mean,
Oh,
outside
family
of the
sometimes.
schools. Yeah, even a family. So, I mean, it's a tough situation when families making that decision, same way with the states.
And our thoughts as administrators are flexibility, not knowing what next fall brings, to accommodate every parent and student academically.
Do we need to worry if this is gonna go out, if the battery is low?
I don't think we're
confusing.
using it anymore.
I don't think so. I
That's
think
not
it's
the-
not.
Josh
being
is here.
used.
Just
Yeah.
asking.
Oh, no, that was just for Josh, I think.
Okay. We ready to move on?
I think so.
Okay, there's still a couple questions, but as leafing through the agenda, these questions are going to fall under public participation in non-agenda items. So moving forward, we'll go to the treasurer's recommendations. It's recommended that the Board of Education approve the minutes of the April 15th, 2020 special meeting.
So moved.
I have two things. I don't know if it matters.
Okay.
Do we have to mention, it says it happened in the Alexander Library. Do we have to mention that it was virtual?
I'll change that.
And this is the dumbest comment. I'm almost embarrassed to make this comment. But technically, Mr. Barnes didn't lead the pledge. Mark Rice read the pledge. Those are just two dumb things. The rest of it looked good. I actually read them.
I'm upset about that, all my
I just didn't know if it mattered, so I wanted to let you
I
know.
might not change that one, but we'll change the virtual setting. I'm sure Jay ordered
And was
the
that our
pledge, right?
regular meeting, though?
Huh?
Was that our regular meeting?
What's that?
We
The-
bumped it up.
It was
That was-
listed as a special, so.
The 15th, that wasn't
But
that our regular?
anytime you change the date
It's
from
a
the dates that
special.
you set in January, which you have twice, that becomes a special.
Okay.
So, do we have a second?
Second,
Okay, Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
Okay, B, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the financial report for the month ending April 30th, 2020.
So moved.
Second,
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
Letter C, it's recommended the Board of Education approve the following transfers, and these are our normal monthly school-wide pool transfers.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
D, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the updated 5-year forecast as required by Ohio Revised Code 5705.391.
Yeah,
You want
and
to talk about it first,
Yeah,
Aaron?
we can discuss that for a little bit first. Obviously, just like with the educational changes that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis, as you saw yesterday, the financial changes are changing daily as well. And just for clarity, this forecast was developed with the thought in mind that we would be able to return to normal school next school year. I mean, that's all our hopes, and I think we all still hope that will happen, but we don't know. But the budget and the forecast was developed with that in mind. So if that does not come to pass, then there are going to be changes. I mean, obviously, just like we're dealing with now, you don't have the bus fuel if you're not transporting the kids every day. If you're not driving 25 buses every day, you're not going to have the bus fuel. And on the flip side, you may have additional technology or other types of expenditures that we're going to have to use that we're going to have to create a distance learning plan that's different or better or improved upon what we're doing now. So there's going to be changes. But one thing that you heard yesterday was the governor announced a $355 million cut to the K-12 education budget for the state of Ohio. We just got word this morning of what that meant for our district for the state foundation cut. And for our district, that was right around $289,000 for this fiscal year, which we only have May and June remaining in this fiscal year. So of our state foundation funds that we are going to receive this year, they are reducing it by $289,000, which will occur over the 2-month period. This forecast was developed before that word came out. So if you wanted to get the quick numbers, all you would need to do is look at line 6.01, the green line for fiscal year 20, which is our current fiscal year, and that negative 177,882. You would add $289,000 to that to get your deficit spending for this fiscal year with the result of that $289,000 cut. Now, if you look down below that, you see our current cash balance of the $4.2 million. So the good news is we have a cash balance. We can absorb that $289,000 loss without having to take any drastic measures. With 2 months, it's hard to do much in 2 months to save $289,000 when the majority of your expenses are in salaries and benefits, and the school year is almost over, so they have already earned those salaries and benefits. So there's just not a lot you can do there. But the other thing to point out is there is no state funding cuts projected going next year and the following years. Do we think that we'll see a cut in state funding based on what happened yesterday, and depending on how quickly they open the economy back up? I mean, I think it's fair to say that there are going to have to be some cuts at the state level. Now, how they divvy those out for next year, we don't know yet. I mean, are they going to do it like they did this cut that they made yesterday, where almost half of the total cut was to K-12 education? K-12 made up over 40% of the cut that was made yesterday. If they have to cut the budget that they already put in place for next year due to lack of revenues, are they going to make K-12 take the brunt of that? We don't know that yet, but we have to be at least aware that that's a possibility. Now, on top of that, another thing that this budget does not include is federal stimulus money that was allotted for K-12 schools, and for Alexander, our share of that is around $420,000. That's through the CARES Act.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So So that $420,000 is available to Alexander Schools, and it can be used through September 21st, which that's the next fiscal year. We're in June 21st, but it's out there for you to use and eligible for you to use for expenditures through September 21st, 2021. However, there are rules for those funds and how they can be used and what qualifications that you have to meet in order to be able to accept those funds. The guidelines are not real clear. We're waiting for more guidance to be released from the federal government on those guidelines before we know for sure how we can use those funds and what we have to do in order to be eligible for those funds. For example, one of the guidelines for you to be eligible for the funds, it doesn't mean you have to spend the money on salaries and benefits, but one of the rules to be eligible for the funds is you have to continue to pay your employees to the greatest extent practicable. That's a pretty generic statement. So we're hoping that the federal government will give us some more guidance on what they mean by that and what qualifies as continuing to pay your employees to the greatest extent practicable. So as soon as we get more information on that, we'll be able to discuss that too. So keep in mind, even though we had a $289,000 cut announced yesterday, we have roughly $420,000 through the CARES Act, but then we have an unexpected budget issue next year that we don't know to what extent that's going to be. One thing that the governor did not do yesterday is he did not tap into the rainy day fund at all. That's a $2.7 billion rainy day fund, and his comments were he anticipates having to use that money on next year's budget and the following year as well. So I think they're trying to think long term, that this is going to be a long term or could potentially be a long lingering revenue problem for the state. So now from a local perspective, I did make some assumptions in here for our local, some of our local collections, most specifically the income tax levy. If you remember when that was passed, the Department of Taxation estimated that would generate roughly $1.6 million. That is just the estimate that the Department of Taxation used based on tax returns for residents of our district. So you don't even know how accurate that estimate was to begin with, but I think it's fair to say that with the current situation with the coronavirus, that whatever our revenues were going to be from that levy collection for this coming year are going to be lower than what we expected. So what I did was I used a 15% reduction. So we were originally projecting, I think, around 1.2 million because we weren't going to collect the full 1.6 anyway because of the timing of the payments next fiscal year. So I reduced the 1.1 million anticipated projection down 15%. That's why you see the income tax for 2021 down to $995 now instead of what it was from the prior forecast. Is that enough? I don't know. Is it too much? I don't know. I mean, no one knows. But that's what we've done to try to kind of account for that. Another source of our funding, it's a very small amount, but another source of our funding is casino revenues. A portion of the casino revenues in the state of Ohio, those are split up and divided between the Ohio school districts. Alexander typically receives around $85,000 in casino revenues each fiscal year. We know that's not going to happen next year. They've been closed. So the portion of their profits that the school districts get is going to have to be reduced because they're not going to have the same amount of profits. So what I did on that one was I reduced it by $30,000. So I almost cut it in half. I didn't quite cut it in half, but I reduced it by $30,000. So instead of having $85,000, we're projecting $55,000 in casino revenues. Is that enough? I don't know. Is it too much? We just don't know. So I think you can see the trend is developing as we don't know. So my thing that I really want to emphasize to the board is in a situation like that we're in now, when there's so many known unknowns, you don't want to overreact and focus on just the negative or the worst case scenarios or what could happen, and then you don't want to take that and compound it over 5 years and try to plan and develop off that, because you're not going to get anywhere planning off that information. So we just need to be aware of what the possibilities are, be prepared to address those if they do come down. But the thing about Alexander that we are fortunate, we are in a better position than some districts to handle whatever the changes that we have to face are. The fact that we have a solid cash balance to help carry us over to make some decisions that if we need to reduce some things. I mean, if we were looking at a next year where we're projecting to, be deficit or be our cash balance be eroded 2 years from now rather than 5 years from now or even beyond 5 years, we would be way worse off. So we're fortunate from that aspect. Another fortunate situation we have is we haven't negotiated our new contracts yet at this time, so we have some room there to work with our bargaining units to try to work together to address whatever issues may come down that we might run into over the next couple months when we get more information from the state on the state budget. So we're fortunate there too. I mean, if there's a lot of school districts, they've already just settled 3-year contracts before all of this came down in March out of nowhere. So we're pretty fortunate from that aspect. But other than that, I mean, if you guys have specific questions, I'll be glad to answer them for you.
Answer all mine.
And the next time we look at this is in November.
The next time we're required by law to look at it would be in November. I would say that once we get more information from the state on what the funding is going to look like for next fiscal year, which starts July 1, so hopefully we get that information soon, I would say it's a good chance that we'll probably sit down and revisit this before November. And the other thing that we really, it's hard to map out a good plan and projection is till we know what's going on with school. Are we going to be looking at educating kids here in the building or not? So those things are we need to wait till we get that information to really get some solid stuff. But we're ready. So, but we are required by law to submit a revised forecast by May 31st, so that's why this is on the agenda with even though we have so much unknown information.
And you'll fix the, you'll have to add in the 289 decrease?
Actually,
This is it.
we'll probably submit it as is now, because in order for me to do that, I mean, I would have to recreate it and you guys would have to approve it. So we're going to approve it as is now, knowing that within the next couple months, we're going to be revisiting it anyway. So.
And it includes the Chromebooks, the budget here includes Chromebooks 5 through 12,
Yeah, if you,
but
yeah,
not the earlier ones.
correct. Fiscal 21, down at the capital outlay item, line 3.05 on fiscal 21, we did include money for the 5 through 12 Chromebook program, but nothing for K through 3.
So in voting on this budget, we're basically voting on that.
Yeah.
Everything else.
Yep. You'd be authorizing us to spend up to that amount for the Chromebooks, so.
I know this is way, way, way in the future, but the track still is horrible.
Yes,
And
I agree.
I know we don't have a facilities plan. I think we should get one.
Yep.
Yes.
But
And we
it'd be
are
helpful
working on that.
To start looking at,
We've gotten some price quotes and we've talked to some companies.
no, that's fine. I'm just talking in the future, it'd be good
Sure.
to have something like that. Anything you know really needs help
Yep.
Yeah,
should be at least, 5 years, look at the track.
Yep.
4 years, 3, whatever we are.
And a lot of that is built into the underlying numbers here, but we are actually in the process of creating a capital maintenance plan that will go right along with the forecast, and then you as a board will approve it. Each and every time you approve the forecast, you'll approve the capital maintenance plan at the same time, so.
Thank you.
Anybody
Those
else?
funds are totally separate from this, right?
I'm sorry?
The
Wellness funds.
are
Yeah,
separate.
yes, the wellness funds are totally separate from this. However, depending on, well, even despite what happens at the state level, I think it is going to be worth revisiting those wellness funds and trying to see if there are things and expenditures that we can qualify to absorb some of that, to use to help offset whatever decrease or loss that we end up facing. Because, our main objective here as a school district is still to educate and to educate our kids. So if we have opportunities to protect our educational fund or educational dollars by utilizing the wellness funds in a proper and allowable way, I think we at least need to visit that and consider that.
We've received the full allotment for the first year, correct?
I'm sorry?
The full allotment, the
We
first
received
year?
the full allotment.
Yes, we've received the full allotment for the first year, and then next year's amount that we're supposed to get is
Around 400.
is roughly $480,000. So there's been nothing in stone yet, but the comments that were made it sound like the wellness dollars were not going to get,
They're not touching.
they're not going to be reduced. I don't think it was not said.
Here's what we know now.
Yeah, it was not specifically said that, but that was kind of the insinuation. So to me, if your educational dollars are going to take a hit, but not your wellness dollars, and you have an opportunity to use those for things like to help pay for part of your cost for your counselors and your psychologist and things that meet that mental health criteria, then I think we need to look at that.
Can the parents get the mental health too, please? Can, instead of having us back into using the wellness funds, a piece here and a piece here and a piece here, maybe in a few months, after we get more direction about what next year might look like,
Mhm.
the administration could come to the board and say, hey, here's what we think is a good way to use the remaining wellness funds, so we can look at them as a whole
Yep.
and how we think they can best be used. And it could include things that we're doing now that can be shifted, but it also could include helping the kids get ready for school next year. It could be summer programs, I don't know what, but
Mhm.
instead of nickel and diming the wellness funds, seeing a whole plan.
Yeah,
Even if
it's just.
still,
Yeah, you're exactly right. The
Flexible.
challenge right now is it's hard to plan because we don't know what we're going to be allowed to do.
well, no, that would be, no,
Yeah.
it would be in a couple, 2 or 3 months.
Right, yeah,
We don't know what's going on by July 1st. I
yeah,
mean, that's the state's role,
yep.
so.
I make a motion we
What
accept
was
the
allocated from year one and actually spent from year one? I don't recall.
No, we took the wellness funds and we stretched them over a 5-year plan.
But he's talking about this year's the
Yes.
initial years. Josh, I don't remember it's
we did
changed
not.
because first off, part of that was budgeted for a portion of our resource officer expenses. So there's going to be probably a little bit of leftover funds from this year that could be carried over and used going forward. But the majority of it has been spent for this year.
Would you mind looking into see what that balance is? I'll just go ahead and show my cards. I'm concerned about how soft that money is, and with the amount of cuts that are coming next year, they're already talking 25% from the state budget. We need to be very cautious that that'll be there next year. We probably need to burn up what we got this year.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, what we have this year is they're not going to. That's already been given to us. I mean, they not going to take it away, but next year, who knows?
No.
But yeah, I can give you kind of an updated number on where we're at for that. But like I said, the majority of this year's allotment was used.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Fred
Make a motion.
made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Yedis.
Yes.
Okay, under superintendent's recommendations, I'm sorry, just a quick comment. We did have a viewer question right out of the gate when we started, and it had to do with the budget. And the question was about any budget cuts for next year. So just to plainly answer that, I would say right now, the answer's no.
No.
But things could change. Things will change, but right now, it's a wait and see game. We're hoping to stay the course, but if we're forced into a situation, we'll have to address it then. But
Exactly.
so hopefully, that person that asked that question has been patient for the last 2 hours, and or maybe you'll watch the video later and get that question answered. Okay. Moving on, superintendent's recommendations. It's recommended that the Board of Education approve the donation of $616.67 to Rhonda and John Wallace as raised by the Peer Collaborator Club.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
B, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the enclosed substitute aide and teacher list as recommended by the Athens MEG's ESC superintendent.
So moved.
Oh, okay.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
Item C, it is recommended that the Board of Education grant an unpaid leave of absence to Elizabeth Poston for the 2021 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
Item D, it is recommended that the Board of Education accept the enclosed letters of retirement resignation from the following. Sharon Allen, effective the end of the 2019-2020 school year, and Frank Doudna, effective July 1st, 2020.
So moved. And I'd like to have the opportunity.
Second.
To speak about.
Yes, before we vote, I'm gonna, yes, call on Fred to speak about Dr. Doudna.
Well, I can really speak to both these folks because of the amount of years they've had here. And if you go to Sharon Allen, Sharon's dad and mother, when I was in Waterloo High School many years ago, Sharon's dad kept the book for the basketball team. And back then, there wasn't a lot of places to go or whatever, but we always went to Sharon's parents' house after the ball games, on her home games, and they always provided hot dogs and soft drinks, and kids got together there, and that was always a special time in my life. So I've known Sharon since she was a little girl, and she served the district well for all these years, and especially the last couple of years have been really hard. She's lost a son and now a husband, and she's been through a lot. And I think that we owe Sharon a lot of thank you and gratitude for what she served the Alexander community and what she's going through now, and wish her nothing but the best. And then when I first was on the board, I'd probably been here 7 or 8 years, and we had a principal's opening down at Shade for the junior high. And Rick Rossman was the superintendent then, and he said, I've got a fellow that worked for me up in northern Ohio, and he's a hard worker, and he said, I think he would make a good principal. So he brought Frank Doudna to town. And Frank Doudna's had a tremendous career here.
31 years.
And I remember that the first time Frank come, he had the white shoes on, which I like, because that goes back to the Pat Boone era, and I danced a lot of Pat Boone music, so it was a nice homecoming. But he got the title the Dowd, and that's what he's well known for here. And you got to understand, in Frank's position, he has to be the heavy guy. So anyone in this district's ever had a child that needed a little discipline, they had to go to Frank. And so Frank's got 50% that's for Frank, and he's got 50% that's against Frank. But I'll be the first to tell you, there'll never be another Frank Dowden in this district. And that's not to say we won't have a good high school principal, because they will. But they'll never make another Frank Dowden, because Frank's personification is that of a hard-nosed, tough guy. And I've seen Frank Dowden get tears in his eyes in an executive session over worried about kids. And you can take that tough guy and talk about how tough Frank is, but he's one of the biggest teddy bears we got here. So, and I had Frank's kids in Little League years ago, and we go back a long way, but the things I've always said about Frank, kids were always number one. We made our decision based on what's best for kids. Frank was always loyal. He's loyal to his employees. You can criticize one of his employees and he'll defend it. Now, he may go back and correct them behind closed doors, but Frank's an ideal supervisor, and he always will be. And I've seen decisions made by a board that whether they were the right or the wrong decisions, they may go against Frank with what he said, but Frank never brought that up again. Whatever the board's decision was, that's the direction you want to go, Frank went that way. And I always appreciated that out of Frank, and I can never say enough about Frank Dowden, and what a great person he was, and what a benefit it was to this school district.
Thank you, Fred, and thank you to Sharon Allen and Mr. Dowden. We just need to vote, is that
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Okay.
So, Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Dowden.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
E, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the one-year limited contract for the 2020-2021 school year for Jocelyn Smith to fill the position of Elizabeth Poston, who is on a leave of absence for the 2021 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes,
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
Item F, it is recommended that the Board of Education grant one-year contracts to the following pending their meeting all state and local requirements. Do we need to read them off, Aaron? Should I read them off?
It's up to you. You don't have to.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
yes,
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
G, it is recommended that the Board of Education grant two-year contracts to the following pending their meeting all state and local requirements.
So moved.
Seconded.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
yes,
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
And H, it is recommended the Board of Education grant three-year contracts to the following pending their meeting all state and local requirements.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
yes,
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
I, it is recommended that the Board of Education grant extended contract days to the following employees for the 2020-2021 school year. I will read these. Brian Ford, 60 days. Carrie Haining, 20 days. Charlotte Johnson, 3 days. And Meredith Rock, 10 days. Aaron Rouse, 60 days, Ben Schultz, 4 days, and Lindsay Van Winkle, 20 days.
I have a question about these.
Okay?
This is for this summer, starting July 1st,
July 1st, yes.
and this is the same amount of days that they requested last year, or that the administration requested.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that we don't know what this summer is like. I'd like us to think about tabling this until the next board meeting. Because I'm concerned that we don't know if they'll be able to do all these days, if they'll need all these days, maybe they'll need more. I know that some of the workload here has changed because of the students aren't in the building. I would like to hear more specifics about, do they really need these amount of days, given the social distancing requirements? I mean,
If
we
I-
would
if
pay
I
them
look-
for whatever they work,
If
but-
I look through this list, Brian Ford, which is FFA, he also handles all projects students have at home. He's visiting homes, he goes to the county fairs, he's with those students. Mrs. Haining, regardless if we're here or at home learning, she spends those days, 10 days before school, 10 days after school, scheduling, creating schedules, mass schedules for the buildings. She's also inputting new students that are coming into us in the fall. Charlotte Johnson, it's 3 days to prep and set up her classroom, purchase all the food and supplies that she needs. Mrs. Rock is your junior high counselor. She needs 5 days before and 5 days after. Same thing, setting schedules, working on master schedules, looking at the IAT teams that she's involved with, scheduling new students that are coming into the district. Erin Roush is your school psychologist, and that's a normal thing for school districts to do, to give them extended days. Erin works a lot of nights on IEPs, reevaluations, and ETRs. I don't see that changing. Ben Schultz is your elementary counselor. He has 2 days before and 2 days after, or whatever he needs and Mrs. Guffey needs. And that's inputting 900 kids into Infinite Campus, making sure they all have a schedule and they're all broken up into home rooms. Lindsay Van Winkle is your band director. Those 20 days go to afternoon practices, band camp in the summer, parades throughout the year that she takes students to, and all the basketball and football games and the time she spends at night with the kids here. So those are standard. The only one I see that might change would be Brian Ford. The talk in the state right now is there's a meeting at the end of May and we may not have fairs.
Yeah.
So, I
I've been
mean,
reading about that.
otherwise, I don't see these days changing. There's a lot of planning that goes into opening this school.
Yeah,
And getting
I
the
was-
schedules and then verifying graduates and meeting all of the state requirements before school starts and when school ends.
Yeah, I was more concerned with the traveling, the band,
Mhm.
you know, who knows what that's going to look like. And I noticed the big amounts it sparked my memory from past years, and I wondered why it hadn't changed, knowing that this summer I haven't even gone to like Cincinnati or anything. So I just wonder how much the staying at home and the social distancing is affecting some of these. And I didn't see it reflected here. If other people want to vote on it, we can, but.
Well, we don't have a motion yet, do we?
Is there a harm in waiting to, I mean, this is 2020, 2021, I mean, I know we have back paid in the past, like for receipts, is
That
there
would be an
something-
Aaron question because he does all the payroll and he sets those systems up.
is this something that, say, in June, they still say it's a no-go, and then July, all of a sudden, whatever, now you can start doing this? Is there some way that as can we be flexible, or is there a reason why it has to be the
The only
May
ones I would be
and then the
flex,
sun?
the only ones, if you want to wait on any, would be Brian Ford.
Yeah, and his is
Lindsay-
actually the only his is actually the only one that his changes the soonest, because his changes in July, where the rest of them theirs won't change until September anyway. So I mean, you could wait till next month and see if anything changes by then, And then even after, I guess even if you did, I mean, we would just start out, we would have to start out the year not paying him for those extended days. And then if you guys retroactively approved it later than June.
So it could be back pay.
Yeah.
But why would it have to be back? Is he, are these folks,
His,
are they doing some of their work?
Brian
this
Ford
May?
is a July 1 contract.
But
His
if we
contract
decide on
runs.
June, But if we decided the June meeting,
Yeah.
it could be ready to go for
Yeah,
July.
yeah, I said if you went past June, it would.
No, I was just thinking
Yeah.
about, some of these are big chunks of change. And we've
Yeah.
already paid people for jobs where they haven't had to do the whole job.
Yeah.
Yes, they perhaps had to do other jobs, and it's been a big help, but we don't, it's the same as last year, and this.
Yeah, I don't have any issue
is
with
the
it.
same as last
I was just explaining, the only one here that even changes anytime soon is Brian's. His changes in July. The rest of them don't even change until September anyway, so you would have
That
plenty
month,
of time, yeah.
year. And maybe we wouldn't know by our June meeting exactly how next year would look, but we might know more.
At least how
Yeah.
the summer looks for Mr. Ford.
You can be sure
For
they've
sure.
decided the fares by then.
Yeah.
We do have a comment from one of our staff here online, and basically the comment is the counselors will definitely need these hours for planning next year's schedules.
Yeah,
Just
most of
wanted
it
to-
looked like it was-
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I didn't know that background. Most of it looks like it's standard business stuff
It
that you
is.
would do no matter what, where the kids were, but some of it would be affected, and those are big chunks.
You could talk to Brian even, I'm sure he would prorate part of that. Let's say work with the kids up until
Sure.
the middle of July, and then they say there's no fair. Well,
Those projects have, some of the projects have been, during the school year long, too. Um,
What's the consensus then? Do we want to vote on all, nothing, partial? What,
I would be more than willing to strike Brian Ford, talk to him about prorating if he doesn't
just
go to the fair.
put his name to next month's agenda?
What about
The band might.
the dance fan lady, Mrs. Van Winkle?
You mentioned camps, and
Yeah.
my kids wanted to go to camp this summer, and,
Football games, you don't know if you're gonna have them.
well, that's,
Basketball
Oh, yeah.
games, you don't know if you're
And I don't
going to
know if we'd know
have
at the
cooking
next
in
meeting.
schools.
Those
You
two
know.
look like they would be the ones that.
Those are the
possibly-
only two I would table.
Okay, I can live with that.
it's just
if they're done.
waiting, that's all.
Okay, so we want to amend the recommendation.
Is Josh okay with that?
Josh, you've been quiet.
I'm trying to take a nap.
You woke me up.
Okay.
I don't have any objection to whatever the consensus is. I'm fine with. I can see the value in waiting because it doesn't seem to cause any harm.
Okay, so I'll read it. It's recommended that the Board of Education grant extended days contracts to the following employees for the 2020, 2021 school year. So it'll be Carrie Haining, 20 days, Charlotte Johnson, 3 days, Meredith Rock, 10 days, Aaron Rouse, 60 days, and Ben Schultz, 4 days.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan?
I'm sorry, I don't know how this works, like, I wanted to, I know the second happened, I just want, what is the harm in waiting? And I know, I don't see there being any issue, but I have a tough time granting more without knowing the full what's going to happen. I have a hard time granting more pay when there are families in our district, in our community, taking some real hits. That if waiting till next month to get a better idea, better feel for myself, of what those days mean and what those, and I understand the counselors full on, the counselors I get, it's the other ones that I really would like to know where those days are, granting more money. And when it just feels odd, and I would like to have a better picture. And I don't know why I'm having such a conundrum on this one.
So just for clarification, Lindy, who of these 5 have counselor roles?
Carrie Haney, Meredith Rock, Ben Schultz.
Okay, so
Right.
3 of them, and Erin
And I
is
know-
our
She is our school psychologist.
Okay, which
And that,
almost falls, I mean, to me, in
Oh,
my
yeah.
layman terms, is counseling.
Yeah. In layman terms, that is a huge compliance piece with the state of Ohio. That's your whole
Okay.
special ed piece.
Yeah.
When you talk about reevaluating special needs students, when you're talking about writing ETRs for those special needs students, setting up and planning meetings, special ed meetings.
why aren't those days, not, if this is a yearly thing, why aren't those days built into the contract?
Because,
One
because the
reason
way the
they're
teachers'
not-
contracts are set up, that's just the way the teacher, because
They all
of Aaron
fall
being
under the
in the
teacher's
teachers'
contract.
union,
Mm-hmm.
they have one salary schedule, one teaching salary schedule based
For X
on,
amount of days.
for all their teachers based on 183 days.
And they
And their
need more
day,
days.
their job
She's actually
requirements
working- I mean,
go
she's actually
beyond that
working
teacher
in-
contract.
Yes, we
Yeah.
treat them, where do they fall? They're inside the teacher union contract. We treat them as a teacher for
That's
183
making, see,
days.
that's making more sense.
And their,
Okay.
their jobs are above and beyond 183
Yeah.
days.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Does that make,
Well,
does
all
that
right,
make
hold-
more
That was
sense?
the answer I was looking
Yes.
for. That was the.
Should, some of them
okay.
honestly should be 10 and 12-month employees.
Contracts, and that's
Yes.
where I would, why aren't they?
But they
that,
fall under the teacher contract.
Yeah, some districts, their psychologist is not even in the teachers' union.
Union,
They're
they're-
actually an administrator on an administrative schedule, but anyway.
So the beauty of a live meeting where everybody can kind of chime in either via text message or online. I just got a text message from someone that's intimately involved with FFA, and basically his comment was the FFA projects have to be completed fair or no fair.
There you go.
So this was his plug for Mr. Ford. We'll have work to
Work
do,
to
whether
do.
we have a fair or not. Those projects still have to be completed. If that changes how we want to vote, is the reason I bring it up. Or do we delay it till next week?
Can he do it? That's the thing even with FFA. Can he go do home visits? I don't know what those rules and regulations with social distancing is going to inquire.
Social distancing and visiting homes, you're not congregating more than 10. Are you staying 6 feet
Yeah.
apart? Are you wearing your mask? We have staff visiting homes currently,
Right.
and,
Do you have an animal between you and the other person?
yeah.
Aaron, if we go ahead and vote as is and then just put Mr. Ford and Mrs. Van Winkle to June, it's not going to hurt their pay in any way because everything's going to be for the next, this is
Right.
next fiscal
Yeah,
year.
if you make a decision,
Okay.
next meeting, you'll be fine.
So if we just go ahead and vote now, since
Yep.
we have the motion in a second, make sure that these 2 get brought up and stay
June,
on the
yep.
agenda. There will be no harm to the 2 that we're leaving off
No.
at this point. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Are we
So
ready to
then-
vote then?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Regan says yes. Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
Yes. And
I
do we
apologize.
have to vote on the tabling?
No.
We'll just remember that for
Yep.
the next meeting. Okay.
Okay. Letter J, it's recommended that the Board of Education approve the following non-teaching contracts pending their meeting all state and local requirements.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
I keep forgetting about that lag.
K, it is recommended that the Board of Education employ Jeff Skinner as head varsity boys basketball coach for the 2020-2021 school year.
So moved.
Second?
And this is
And-
the same thinking that we had in the past meeting about we don't know what the sports will look like next year. We're assuming, well, we're going with, just like the budget, we're going
Mhm.
with what we know and what we planned. And we can reconfigure things, rejigger things pending changes from on high in Columbus.
Yes.
Okay.
Lindy, I mean, just to clarify the answer, Lucy, Lindy, jump in if I'm wrong, please. But in the coaching instance, just because the season would start in November, there is work that's done prior to the season and year-round. So if the season were canceled and it was brought up again, we would probably negotiate some kind of percentage payout instead of the full payout, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, to actually, Jay, what we'll probably do is when we negotiate with the teachers' union here soon for the teachers' contract, which also is what addresses the supplemental contracts, we'll go ahead and take care of that right then.
Okay.
Just so that we have it covered,
In the
not knowing what
contract
could
that-
happen. Even if we start back in fall and then things go haywire in the winter, we'll already have that language in there to be prepared for it.
Can that be
So,
considered a percentage of the overall, a rough estimate of the percentage of the overall time, taking into account planning all the way to the ending banquet? Because I know most of
Sure.
the work, or a lot of the work could be in the planning, but I also know a lot of the coaches have probably done it before, so they've already done the planning in the past.
And we had a lot of discussion about that, because like you have your spring supplementals, and some coaches have put some time into it for preseason, coming up with schedules, ordering uniforms, conditioning. Did they do a full season? No. But what can we agree that is a reasonable pay? So for the spring supplementals, I'm working with the union on an MOU, looking at a lesser percentage of those spring supplementals being paid out. We've also had conversation on the yearly supplementals. For instance, senior class advisor, junior class advisor, 8th grade class advisor, after prom, art club, band assistant, chess club. A lot of that work's been done, 75% of the work. So with discussion on this topic, Aaron and I said, pay them the full percent. Some of them are still working. Your
Yeah.
senior class advisors are still
They're
planning
still doing stuff.
graduation. So for those yearly supplementals, pay 100%. For spring supplementals, we're negotiating the price down. Yeah. And then with the contracts being opened up, we can tweak the language in the contract for events like we're dealing with right now.
I just know as a parent, I have kids that do sports and spring sports, and they had one official practice. So
Yeah.
there was very little, if anything, that actually happened.
Yeah.
There was a fair amount of planning, I bet, but
Mhm.
from the end user perspective,
Mhm.
yeah.
my kids
I mean,
didn't get enough exercise.
and the other thing that I mean, some of those coaches, it depends on what year, if they're new to getting their license or whatever. But a lot of those coaches are putting out several hundred dollars just to even get the proper license in order to be a coach.
That's
Which
another
I understand is
piece.
part of the. I mean, that's part of the deal if you want to be a coach, but. It's really unfortunate for them to have to put out all that money and thinking that they're employed and hired to be the coach, and then having the season taken away from them, and then they end up getting zero or nothing or whatever. So it's
Oh, definitely get paid
it's
for
tough
the work that
situation.
you do.
Yeah, yeah,
That's not the question.
yeah. So
Thank you.
I
Yeah, we got a
take the
motion
roll.
and a second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
L, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the master service agreement with Meta Solutions for services for the 2020-2021 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes?
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
M, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the enclosed agreement with Ohio University College of Health Sciences and Professions.
And I take it this will be the same way. If there's no services rendered, then,
We don't pay.
okay. So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
N, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the partnership agreement for professional development with Licking County ESC for the 2020-2021 school year.
So moved.
Seconded.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
O, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the partnership agreement with Ohio University regarding Kids on Campus.
So moved.
Seconded.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
Item P, it is recommended that the Board of Education adopt the enclosed resolution regarding third grade assessments.
So we're asking to possibly get laptops for third graders, but we're going to ask the state that they take the test on paper. I mean, I love paper, prefer that to online tests, but.
The thoughts behind that, I leave this decision up to Mrs. Guffey with the testing and the third grade assessments. The thoughts behind that are our students' computer skills are not
Are
the
still
best
not.
at third grade, October, in the fall. You know, these are little second graders coming into third grade. And
Okay.
she feels they have a better advantage with the paper pencil.
And if
So-
Okay.
they can still take it on a computer, this gives them the ability to take it pen and paper if they choose, essentially.
Or
If the teachers, yeah.
If the
Yeah.
teachers
This
choose.
opens up that opportunity because we have to take this resolution and then upload it into the state database so they know how many booklets they're going to have to order.
Right.
And it gives them an estimated cost and so they can prepare for October.
And it could be in future years, if we do get the computers into the hands of the younger kids.
Yes.
Not that I'm a fan of kids at kindergarten playing with computers all the time, but then the future classes will be more familiar with using computers for tests.
Sure, their computer literacy could increase, yes.
I'll make the motion
Okay.
if it hasn't been made.
We had one, didn't we?
No.
No?
We need a
Okay.
second.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
Q, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the enclosed memorandum of understanding with ALEA dated April 3rd, 2020.
And we can actually skip that. That's
Skip
the MOU that you guys approved at the last meeting. I'm not, it just got,
Okay,
I think it just got
disregard
stepped in. Yep.
item Q. Moving on to R, it is recommended the Board of Education approve the enclosed memorandum of understanding with ALEA dated April 16th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
S, it is recommended the Board of Education accept the $42,169.68 from the Ohio Department of Education from the school bus purchasing program.
And that's the funding that I've talked to you guys about, that the state is providing for us to use towards purchasing a school bus. And they want the board to either have submitted quotes for their buses or just to pass a resolution saying you accept the funds by May 15th. So we won't do that bid process till way later in the year, so we just gotta get this resolution passed, letting them know that we want the money.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes?
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
And letter T, it is recommended that the Board of Education grant diplomas to the enclosed list of students pending their meeting all state and local requirements.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Udis.
Yes.
Okay, that concludes the superintendent's recommendations. Moving on to business initiated by board members. Thank you for allowing me to skip around. We've already discussed graduation, but we still have to discuss the summer feeding program. So I'm going to ask Mrs. Douglas to bring us up to speed in what we're talking about.
When we closed for the coronavirus, Dan in the kitchen and I completed a grant application through Ohio Department of Education for the summer seamless feeding program. That is full reimbursement for the meals that we are providing for March, April, May. Through the summer seamless program, we are eligible to feed for the whole month of June, 26 days. We've been feeding 2 meals per day, 6 days a week.
Three.
Aaron Sherm ran the numbers to see if it's something that we would like to entertain for the month of June. I also talked to staff to see if there was an interest in continuing to work in the kitchen and bus drivers driving. That was very positive. Aaron ran the numbers to run 26 days and supply breakfast and lunch to students about, right now we're up to almost 5,000 meals per week. This will not cost the district money out of the general fund. Running the numbers and the reimbursement from the state, we should be in the black when
Yeah,
the
well,
program is done
if the numbers-
for the month of June.
If the numbers of meals that we are serving stay about where they're at now, which I don't anticipate that they would change a lot, if they stay where they're at now, we will actually make money. We will make money.
No, this program hasn't been affected at all by the cuts or
Mhm.
anything like that.
No, it's a federal program.
That's a federal
Yep.
program.
And the reason we're even able to do it is because when they approved that waiver to allow schools to provide the meals while the buildings were closed, they extended the offer through June 30th. See, they have summer feeding programs that some schools participate in every year, but we
We
don't
were
meet
not
the criteria because of our free and reduced
Levels.
population. It's not low enough to meet the criteria to do it every year. But since they lowered that threshold for this due to the coronavirus, they lowered that threshold. Now we qualify and we are able to do it in June if we choose to, and if the staff's willing to do it. I don't think we can force them to do it since they're not union contracted days. But if they're willing to do it and you guys want to do it, it's an opportunity that we have to
And
make
if-
some money.
If you look over the
And
month
feed
of
the
March,
kids.
April, May, our numbers of feeding have continuously grown. That shows there's a need in the community, and with the high job loss right now, I think those numbers will continue to increase.
And when you say it'll be in the black, that's including labor costs?
Yep.
Yes, yeah, in your agenda, there was a sheet in there that showed how many bus drivers we would use, how many
Yeah.
kitchen crew we would use, and after we pay those expenses, we should still
That
profiting.
has costs for the labor,
Everything.
food costs,
Gas, whatever.
fuel for the buses, everything, yep. And the nutrition group, even though Dan is an employee of the nutrition group who we contract with, they're not going to charge us anything additional or an extra for him to still manage and do that program for June. They're not going to charge us anything extra, so.
I'm
It's a no-brainer.
100%.
Do we have to?
Need a motion, don't
So,
we?
Motion
yeah,
and stuff
I
like
would, if you have a motion to approve participating in the summer feeding program for the month of June, that,
Make the motion exactly as you stated.
Second.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
Just a quick commentary before we move on. My workday is crazy, but every now and then I see blurbs on the headlines, and I think this week is Teacher Appreciation Week, so I don't want that to go by unrecognized. And I believe it's also Nurse Appreciation Week. So I would like to first thank our nursing staff that we have, and also, again, thank our teachers, along with our other staff as well. And I'm also going to take a leap here because Blake and I have discussed this, but thank you to the parents who have now become teachers at home as well. So in recognition of Teacher Appreciation Day, we definitely want to thank our staff, but also our community members who are now also tasked with the job of teaching their kids as well. So I'll speak on behalf of the board. Thanks to each and every one of you for helping us get through this and stepping up to the plate. We thank you. Do we have any board reports? None. There was one public participation question that wasn't addressed, so it fell to the end. And it asked if you could give Lindy an ARC update and its completion timeline.
The elevator is in, the doors have been hung, the block is formed up. Concrete pad was laid for the exterior stairs. We're waiting on the stairs, the exterior stairs to the second floor to be welded and put in place. We filled out the purchase order for the bid package for the flooring, and once we have the bid package, Mr. Sherm will put it out to bid.
Okay.
Occupancy depends on when the stairwell gets put in place.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other public participation. One adjustment on our agenda, we're going to go, I guess, with 10.A. It's been requested to have an executive session regarding complaint against an employee. But before I entertain that motion, we're going to come out of this. Hopefully, it'll be brief, but sometimes these have a tendency to drag on. But our next scheduled board meeting is June 17th. Does anyone have an issue with that date? The good news is school will have been out. I don't know if we have a need to move that up any, or if we can get back to our normal third Wednesday of the month.
I am supposed to be on, I doubt it's gonna happen, but I'm supposed to be on family vacation, but I doubt we're going anywhere. If that means anything.
Well, you need to check with the boss and find out.
You act like I could any say this.
We can change it, can't, I mean,
And it
Yep.
can be via Zoom anyway.
I can
so-
definitely
you
get
can
on
do,
Zoom.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would definitely
Fred,
be
you
able to
good
get
for
on
the
Zoom.
17th?
Yeah,
I just doubt it's gonna
my
happen.
anniversary's the 19th, so if y'all want to bring something for Mary and I,
How many years?
49.
Hey,
A lot of people
she's put up with you that long. Okay.
She's a tough old bird.
Okay, so our next scheduled meeting then will be June 17th at 7 p.m. All right. Do I have a motion to enter into executive session?
So moved.
Second?
Okay.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Yedis.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll be back in session at the end to just quickly adjourn and call it a night. Thank you.
Josh, do we just leave you here? Because I'm not taking it back. I gotta use the restroom.
Yeah,
I'm not
we're going
taking
to call you back, Josh. I think.
Yeah, let's
All right, it is 11:21, and we are back in regular session. And I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Oh, I thought I was gonna sneeze. Mr. Davis
Yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
Aaron, you be careful going
Need to get
home.
you a gavel, man.
It's gonna be.
Actually,
No problem.
Lindy gave me one that
Yeah.
I know I've got it at the house on the shelf. I can bring it.
That.
My voice carries.